All right, give me some skin right there.
So he's frying that
Both
up.
sides getting down and doing a deep fry with the scaly skin of tilefish.
Early reports indicate, and these are very preliminary, that one of the fighters is a giant lizard.
Our hatred for this reptile goes all the way back to the Garden of Civilization. Yet to the
Bolivian tree lizard?
Mm-hmm. It's a vicious oviraptor.
A vicious what? Oviraptor. Is that a thing? I guess it is. Jeez, has it really been a week? Holy crap. Okay, time has passed real quick. Okay, should kick this off. Hello, hi, everybody. And welcome to the Not Working on Director stream. This is working on a game engine that you have working on a game engine in 4 weeks for something. Oh my god, I can't speak today. Today has been kind of very hectic, and yeah, speaking's hard. Speaking's hard at the best of times, but especially today. We're working on a game jam entry, which is going to use an engine that we're making now, rather. Sorry, haven't made it yet. An engine that we're making in DOS. Hey Imperial Halloumi, good to see you. And so the plan is basically we're making an adventure game engine, so similar to kind of, I guess Scum is kind of like, I guess, the closest inspiration. But we're obviously kind of using as much modern technology as we can. Namely, it's going to be 32-bit, it's going to run on a, minimum spec as a Pentium, with the option of having like vintage graphics like CGA and EGA, which is going to come later. And it's mostly going to be written in Lua, which is a very popular kind of embedded like scripting language. And like all of the like nasty hardware access parts, they're all just going to be C, but the actual engine itself is going to be it's mostly going to be written in Lua. Hey Funky, good to see you. So yeah, where did we end up last week? So the end of last week, we managed to kind of get a building. We managed to draw some crap to the screen, which was quite an achievement. I've since been kind of like hammering at it pretty much all the past week, and we've got some major milestones in. Namely, we've got the timer working. Now, the timer is actually quite important when you're writing in DOS, because essentially the way that it works, right, is that by default in DOS you get a timer that runs at 18.5 hertz. That's the smallest interval of time that you're allowed to measure out of the box in DOS. And I've actually got a test here which will demonstrate how inefficient that, or how ineffective that is. If we go into main, so you notice that there's like a lot of C code here that I've now commented out because I've realized, hey, I can write like everything in Lua. My god, yeah, Lua is. Initially, I was kind of like, Lua would be okay, I guess. But when the alternative is like between Lua and writing C, it's like, okay, we're doing it all in Lua. I don't care how, I don't care how slow it is. We'll make it work. We'll make it work somehow. But yeah, so just to give that, so let's show off like why the timer is important. So I'm going to just comment out this lineup here, which turns on the custom timer driver. We're then going to development DJGPP setenv. Go into the engine, and we are going to... Really? Not gonna... What? Nothing to be done for all. I just changed something. I changed something quite important. Why are you saying make clean? Okay. Well, that will force the issue anyway. So we'll now run... I'll just run the test program that we've got. DOSBox. And it's just a very basic program that will kind of do a big arpeggio that slowly gets faster and faster. See how it's not really Oh, interesting. So that's... Hang on. Did it actually build? Am I editing in the right spot? Oh no, I'm editing on my laptop. Okay, that's why. That's why it sounds like it's working properly. So anyway, by contrast, that was the timer working properly. So you could see it was getting like quicker and quicker as soon, the closer that you were getting to the end. And if I actually go into here and do my job properly, did I update it? It says it's up to date. Why would I disagree with that? DJGPP setenv make. Oh, and I didn't actually modify it. Okay. So now we'll go in here and I will comment out this line here. We make it, and then run DOSBox again. It'll do pretty much the same thing, but at about... Yeah, this is as fast as it goes. Because we're limited to the DOS timer. Anyway, that's going to take too long to finish because, yeah, it's running on old slow time. But if we go into the code, we can see kind of what was involved to replace the timer. It's a whole bunch of stuff. You basically have to like add 2 different handlers, like one so that like, because the issue, right, is that like you need to hot patch an interrupt. You like there is like kind of all of like the DOS API is done with interrupts, and you have to hot patch. You have to hot patch one for 32-bit mode and one for 16-bit mode, and then even though we're only using the 32-bit one, and that's because if you don't, then all of the 16-bit stuff will screw up because it expects it to be the crappy old frequency. So yes, there was like a fantastic piece of code called PC Timer 1.4, which I've kind of reworked a little bit, added a bunch of comments, mostly for my reference later. But that is working really good now. We have nice, fast timers. So the other thing which has now changed... Actually, I'll open up the test script that I've got here, because that'll show kind of like an idea of where we're kind of heading towards. So yeah, but basically all of that was written in Lua, aside from the code which interfaces with the computer. But you can see here that like this is kind of the model of how I expect the game to be written. So we've basically got cooperative multitasking going on. So like this is the bit down here which is actually being run, and all it does is it basically like checks to see if we've switched into the current room, which I've got listed here as text test. We then have like this function here which is like a callback. So essentially like when we change to the room, it'll start doing this, and these lines here will start a new thread in Lua for each of these three functions. So we've got like one function here which plays the arpeggio, one and then progressively gets faster, one which like just prints something to the screen like 5 times a second, and then another one down here which is used to detect for if a script is taking too long. Hey Baron Von Kitty, how's it going? Yeah, we're just we're doing like a little bit of DOS stuff today on the stream. Specifically, we're making an adventure game engine in DOS for this adventure game, not an adventure game jam, a DOS game jam. And yeah, so far we've we can just make a really horrible noise, which some might argue is better than a game. But hang on, so. Take that back out, go back into here. I'll run DOSBox in GDB so I can show off how the watchdog works. Okay, so I've just frozen DOSBox here. So you can see here that when the third one of those jobs runs, called Taunt Watchdog, all it is it's basically just a loop which will try and count... where did I put it? Yeah, so it is just a loop that counts through all of the numbers from 1 to 100,000, which the thing is, because we're doing like cooperative multitasking, the trick is we can't let any of these threads like run for too long, otherwise we'll notice it because everything will be laggy. So that's kind of why we've got these sleep instructions in here. So the idea is that like this function just does like a tiny amount of work. In this case, it picks like a frequency to play on the PC speaker. It starts playing it, and then it runs this sleep command, which on the back end tells the engine, okay, the thread can now, like, just give that back. So, like, yeah, we can see here. So all it does is it just sets a time. It sets a timer to say, yeah, wake up at this particular time, and then the main loop, which is all the way down here, actually does the work of, like, you know, it'll basically just wake up every single thread that's still around, try and do, like, as much work as it can in, like, one time bit, and then, you know, just, it'll keep doing work until it hits one of these, like, sleep instructions, and then yield control back to here, and then, you know, do some more work. So yeah, and that makes kind of these scripts, like, nice and easy to write. So the eventual aim is that, you know, when we're doing, like, cutscenes, for instance, it'll look something like this. Like, we'll have a command to, like, grab the mouse. We'll get, like, the actor to talk. We're going to, you know, there'll be another instruction to make it wait, which will be, like, essentially another sleep. And then, you know, it just makes it kind of, like, very easy to have multiple things going on at the same time without them running into one another, which, if you're kind of making a game engine, is usually the hardest part. Like, especially if you're just kind of, like, making something from scratch. If you don't, I mean, like, you know, we're running in single-threaded C, so C does not have this out of the box. We only have it because Lua, the Lua devs added it in. And in fact, like, when I was looking through Grim Fandango, so, like, quite a lot of, like, the design of this scripting language, I've kind of borrowed wholesale from looking at the scripts from Grim Fandango. Do I still have them up? Yeah, so, like, if we look at, like, the Grim Fandango scripts in Data 000, and we'll just pick one at random. Oh, wait, hang on. Dump? Decomp? Yeah, decomp, okay. And, like, we look at, like, ma.lua. What's one with talking? Here we go. Like, here's some... yeah, there's, like, a lot of boilerplate. Yeah, so, like, here's an example. So, like, you know, this would be a similar thing that kind of, like, runs in a thread. Like, the Grim Fandango engine was done technically before, like, Lua merged threads in, so they have their own kind of coroutine mechanism for running multiple stuff at the same time. But you can see that, like, this is, you know, it's basically just got, like, say a line, wait for the next message, say a line, wait for the next message. And, like, that's kind of how all the dialogue and stuff is programmed in, and, yeah, similar kind of thing. Hey, Elven Sorcerer. Would actor model work here, or is it too involved for the task? Give me a second. I need to... like, I can't for the life of me remember, like, which... Yeah, I can't remember for the life of me, like, which one actor model is. Model game programming... Is that one of the ones in game programming patterns? Like, do I have the book here? Do I have the book here on that chair? I mean, is that basically the one where you have, like, events that get, like, broadcast to everybody and then the actors kind of consume them? Is that right, or am I thinking of, like, component? I don't know, yeah, if you've got any suggestions, please pile in. I am more than happy to crowdsource ideas. But, yes, anyway, so we have our test program here, which will, you know, it plays a PC speaker arpeggio, but there's no graphics yet. At least, not quite yet. We've basically, like, got the bones of what we need. So I've started adding in, like, a few more of these kind of custom Lua classes for dealing with things. And initially I was kind of thinking, oh, this will just be, like, a thin wrapper around C for everything, but, like, you know, and initially, like, I prototyped, like, room and background as C, and then I realized if we just have the renderer in Lua as well, then we can just have all this as Lua, and then it'll be nicer, and then we can do all this other stuff. So yeah, there's been like several iterations to come to this, and image is actually a C class. So if I open that up in here, and we can see it's basically just a path. So that would be this file name, and then this was the code that we worked on last week to actually like load, to open a PNG file, and then we dump in all of the data, all the color information, and then the dimensions stuff. And yeah, so we've got all of that in there. We have, and like the one thing that I think we're missing now is a means of blitting it to the screen in Lua. Actually, no, that's a lie. I've started working on that. I just have not tested it yet, so that's probably what we're gonna kick off with. So I really need to clean up this file. It's getting gonna get a bit mangy. But yeah, here is our rendering loop in Lua. It essentially gets the current room.
This frame contains a three-dimensional sculpture of the face of Albert Einstein.
Hey, Crushing Ceiling. Unfortunately, no, we're not getting the 3D dimensional face of Albert Einstein in this DOS game. I don't think I have enough time to do a 3D engine. 2D is really pushing it, to be fair. But anyway, so Lua, it will basically just check to see if we've got a room. It'll then sort all of the things in the room by Z position. So just ensuring that like stuff in the background appears behind stuff in the foreground. And then it will call this PT draw image function, which I believe is just a
engine damage may occur.
Very thin
Thank
wrapper.
you.
Hey, Starsider Fox, it's good to have you in. We're doing. Oh, it's in here. It's in here. Okay. So, and like this is all like I've only written like 130 lines of C to bind Lua to to the engine. It's quite it's real satisfying every time I like try and do something in C, get frustrated, and then realize, hey, this could be Lua. We could just make this Lua all the time. What are we doing? All right, so yeah, so this code here creates. I know this is the binding code to like create that what do you call it? This PT image C thing in Lua. It essentially just takes the name of the takes the path of the file, turns that into like a C object, and then pushes like a special. It pushes like a special pointer, like it's called a user data object, but we're just putting a pointer to this in there. And what that means is that because we set up this special GC function, then essentially we get to use Lua's garbage collection. Whenever Lua decides, we've lost all references to this thing, it'll clean it up for us. We don't have to worry about doing that part of the memory management ourselves. It'll just, yeah, it's very nice. Yeah, where was the... Okay, draw image. Okay, and yeah, so this was like the temporary one that I put together. It is essentially, it'll get the image out of the pointer, it'll get the position from arguments 2 and 3, and then it will just call video blit image. And that will draw it to the frame buffer. Oh, that's another thing. Yeah, originally we were just kind of like dumping crap into graphics memory. We now have an intermediate frame buffer. So it's just, it's essentially like instead of writing directly to the VGA memory, we now just have a chunk of memory that is the same size, and we're using that. Eventually, we will change this to use double buffering, I think, so that while one frame is being drawn to the screen, we can then render stuff. But for now, we're just gonna do it the cheap and nasty way, because yeah, the lesson I've been taking away so far from all of this is that You got to do things the cheap and nasty way if you want them to. If you want to kind of like get out of a block. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm prone to falling into the trap of like, I could just design this better. I could just spend like another 2 hours designing this better, and then we'll be ready to like actually test something. Whereas if it's just like, the alternative is, I'll just design it the cheap and nasty way, which I know will work, but I will regret, and then redesign it later because that's less effort. Yeah, okay. So actually, yeah, maybe we have like enough. Maybe we have enough to go ahead and redo our test case to just draw the thing to the screen. Okay, what I think we'll do is that we will we'll make a new room so that we can keep this test case isolated. So we'll call graphics room, and we'll go PT room graphics. And this room is going to be 320 by 200. And we're going to have an on-room enter, which is essentially... we'll play the arpeggios because the arpeggios are fun. I might have to like turn off the debug string. Yeah, we'll turn off the debug string. Because the issue is that once you change into pixel graphics mode, then like if you write text to the command line, then that'll wreck your screen. Less of an issue now that we're using a frame buffer, but it's still it'll still look bad. It'll still kind of look a bit cheap. Though now that I do kind of want to see how it looks, so we'll put that back. Okay, and now we need to make another. We need to make another kind of do busy work type function. So we'll go draw things function and then in draw things, what we're going to do is we're going to go for I. So 1 to 100. I think that's right. Yeah. Do end. Okay, so this will happen 100 times. We will then... I've got to check the Lua manual actually. So Lua random. Okay, we do have a random function, so we can do. So I think what we're gonna do is we will have one function that just kind of moves this background image around, and then yeah, we'll just have it move it around like once every 5 seconds, and then at the same time as the sweep, that'll kind of give us an idea of whether everything is kind of working as it should. So that should hopefully be enough. We'll go what was the name of the object? It was test BG. Yeah, okay. Test BG x equals math.random. Okay, and then it would be 0 to 320 test BG y math.random 0 to 200 PT sleep 200. PT start thread. Oh, and this has got to be changed to graphics. And then we'll make a new thread called draw things. No, okay. And finally, we will change this switch room statement to graphics. Okay. Did I ever need to change any C? I don't think I did. I think that's good to go. That's essentially good to go. Oh wait, no, there is one part of the C that I do need to change, and that is I need to turn graphics on, because they've been turned off until now. Alright, so video init. We gotta... Oh, and I gotta comment this out, because this is no longer the... That was just kind of a hack to get it working. So get that out of the way. We're gonna turn video on. Actually, we'll turn video on before we turn on the scripting, just in case. And... I think that should be all we need. So yeah, so it should draw it should draw, or correctly, it should move the thing around the screen 5 times a second. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, good. So GPP set env make. Well, okay, no, it, yeah, alright, something did not work. But what though? What could have happened so quickly? Oh, I didn't call it graphics room. That'll be why. Yeah, okay. Now it should work. Okay, that time it printed something. It printed some text to the screen. So, yeah, like, oh, one of the tasks that I've been meaning to do, but I never got around to, was like having a better way of like outputting debug logs. I should just write it to the disk, shouldn't I? I should just write it to the disk. But for now, we can just cheat and we'll just do it without this, because the code should still work even if I haven't turned the video driver on. Oh, but yeah, it immediately clears the screen because okay. Gotta turn that off as well. Huh, okay. Like so it loads the image, but it doesn't seem to be like running any of the other threads. Why isn't it? It should be like running the other thread. Okay, oh, it's because of that. It's because I changed the word and I didn't change the... Originally it was like done, and then I changed it to running, but I didn't say... yeah, I didn't change that. Okay. Ah, Elvin Sorcerer says, will the built-in DOSBox debugger be of any help? Probably, actually, because this is all just being written in... This is all 32-bit code in DJGPP, so... We should get, I mean, yeah, I think the trick, though, is that, like, you can't, like, catch... Oh, sorry, I'm misphrasing. Let me rephrase. I don't know how to catch, like, a crash in the DOSBox debugger. I know how to kind of, like, intercept stuff that's, like, already in flight, but, yeah, so the program, if it does crash properly, it will give you a stack trace, which you can then use to figure out, like, what line of code it is, but, more often than not, it's just me that has, forgot to do something in Lua. So that looked like it was working. So let's turn that back on and this back on, and let's see if we get graphics and arpeggio. We get one of the two things. Oh, and we get the text, because I hadn't erased that yet. What's going on? How come we don't get any, Okay, well, let's turn off the print. Actually, no. We should still see things. We should still see things even if there's a print statement. But no. Actually, that's okay. We gotta get some logging happening. I think that's probably what we're gonna have to do. Touch log.c and then log.h. Oh, sorry. Okay, so basically void, how do we do like varargs? Because ideally we just want to use fprintf. Might have to look this up. I don't recall offhand how to do varargs in C. Doing varargs in C. Oh yeah, VA start and VA whatever length, I guess. Okay. Actually, what am I doing? We don't no, we do. I was gonna say maybe we can just do a macro, and that would save like the issue of having to learn how this works. But yeah, I don't know. Forward an invocation of a variadic function in C. Yes, that's using a lot more like $10 words. Oh, and it's exactly the thing that I want to do. I want to proxy printf. If there's no function analogous to vfprint that take... Oh, okay, there is actually a printf for what we want. vprintf? Oh, dope. Okay, less. That's a much nicer idea than using stdarg, which I assume is onomatopoeic. We'll go int log... Also go void log init static file log output equals null, log output equals open error.log. I think that'll work. Oh, see, like this is the thing I get caught up with. It's like, would output work? No. We'll just go. Give it the name of the project. Can't go wrong with that. And then we need to proxy this thing, which is. Oh, because we can just get the VA list. I see, okay. And then we just go void log output, or just log. And then const char format VA. The thing is, yeah, we want to use variadic args, so it looks nice in here. and then actually in the in here, so we do actually in Starg. So we'll do that. Get standard arg. VA list. Tell me about VA list. VA list is a complete object type suitable for holding information by the macros VA start, VA copy, VA end. Enables access to the... Oh, okay, right, I see. Thank you, documentation writer, for allowing me to just not think about writing C. Well, at least not think about writing C. List args, VA start, args count. Actually, hang on. Actually, no, it would be format, right? Because it's like trying to figure out like everything after format. And then we go for VA list is a complete object type suitable for holding the information needed by the macros VA start, VA copy. If a VA list instance is created, passed to another function, and used via VA arg in that function, then any subsequent use in the calling function should be preceded by a call to VA end. Any subsequent use in the calling function should be preceded by a... It is legal to pass a pointer to a VA list object to another function and then use that object after the function returns. Okay, this is... I just love how C makes just things that you take for granted, like strings and arguments, just the worst possible experience. Come on guy, please. They are passed on the stack that contains the magic code to initialize the VA list with the correct stack pointer. It must be passed the last name argument via the function declaration or it will not work. What VA arg does is use the save stack pointer. Right, okay, so it's doing macro-y things. Okay, well let's work backwards because we know that we want to use like the version of printf that takes the VA list. Yeah, so we want to use return vprintf. Oh no, vfprintf, sorry. And then I'll take log output if log output return this thing. And then we'll fall back to vprintf if we don't have a log file, because that'd be the smart thing to do, I guess. And then we go format var or VA list. Oh no, format args. Oh, except we can't return, can we? Int result equals 0. Because we need to call VA end. Result equals this. Log args. I think that's right. What have we got? We got VA list args1, VA start. args1, VA list args2, VA copy. Yeah, I'm guessing the macro does all of the memory things. Oh, and of course there is a function in C called log, so we're just gonna have to go, we'll just go log out. Log print. Yeah, log print. Okay. Cool. And then we can define these, we can move these definitions into the header so they can be used everywhere. And of course we need to make a deallocator as well, otherwise C will get upset, in theory. If log output free, oh no, F close log output equals null. Right, okay, got all that. Then we can go back to main. We add in this. We'll also need to go include log.h. And then okay, and now comes a little bit of boilerplate. We've got to add another file to the list of things. So log.o. We now got to look through for every copy of printf, which I've used. Okay, it's in a few spots. But we can just do search and replace, hopefully. Log print. Okay. Oh, and we've got like, oh, okay. This code I don't, yeah, okay. That code I didn't worry about because I haven't got the serial port working, so that's all worthless. Include log.h. Okay. Alright. That should build everything. That's what we called it, right? Yeah, okay, good. Less F. What's the follow command again? Anyway, it doesn't matter. We don't need it. We can. Okay, so that's doing that. Oh, okay. There's another one called capital case. That is also empty. Oh, and I didn't change this. Oh, but that's commented out. How could there be, Oh, because Lua. In Lua, okay. Yeah, right, I see. Yeah, okay, so the print statements in Lua aren't going to be covered by that. For that, we'll need, like, a dodgier way of redirecting standard out. You can just create a new file pointer and then say, that's your new standard out now. Yep. What? Okay, create a temporary file, redirect standard out to the new created file. Oh god, look at this. Look at how unpleasant this all sounds. Oh, jeez, I'm just glazing over thinking about it. No, I don't want to, like, okay. Or is this just testing code? Is this just testing code for the... Because, like, see, in a perfect world, right, like, standard out and standard error are just file pointers. We should, like, why not just replace those with the actual file that you want? Like, that seems like it should be doable. Let's make the program dramatically shorter. Log print test and log shutdown like there we go, like the smallest possible program. Type parenti.log. Okay, that worked. Oh, okay, so it's working, except the proviso is that Lua is creating stuff in okay. Okay, so that's not too bad. That's doing basically what we need. All we need to do now is we need to go into here. How many times have I used print? I've used print quite a few times, haven't I? Oh my god. Okay. Does print in Lua take arguments? Lua print. Pretty sure it does. Yeah, it receives any number of arguments and prints the values to standard out. The function print is not intended for formatted output, but only is a quick way to show a value for debugging. For complete control of the output, use string format and IO write. Okay, yeah. For now, maybe we should just comment out all the print commands. Oh, but I don't want to. I want to be able to debug in Lua. I don't want to have to, like, debug in C. That sounds awful. You know what? Compromise. We do have code in here which is meant to fire every time we draw something to the screen. Let's just put in a cheeky printf for that. So we got video is blank, do this, and then script draw is meant to be the one that actually does all the work. But of course script draw is in Lua. It's okay. PT render. Yeah, so like ideally, right? Ideally. Oh, okay. No. I'm overthinking this massively. Massively overthinking this. All we need to do, right, is make a new Lua function. We'll just call it pt log we'll put it up here. And that can be the bridge. And then we'll just say log print. And for now, we'll just assume there's one string. But later on, we can go back and do like... I mean, really, no. We should just assume there's only one string. Like, because Lua has its own kind of string formatting stuff. So we'll do this. And then const char line equals Lua L check string L1, so arg1. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, so we've now added that to Lua, which then mean we can go through to all of our awful print statements and change that to pt log. We'll just do this for now. Doesn't have to be nice. Doesn't have to be big. Doesn't have to be clever. There'll be time for like removing the string format stuff later. Okay, that gets rid of all those prints. How about here? pt log. Any more prints? Nope. I think that should be all of them. Okay, what have we got in that log file? Anything? Huh. It could be that we're not flushing the log and it only appears at the end. Yeah, okay. That's because we haven't put a flush statement in for the log, which means DOSBox is buffering it up and then at the very end of the program when the file gets closed, then it puts it in. But yeah, also there's an implicit new line which I forgot about. I should probably add that back in. Okay, script does... No, it's in script. Okay, so we've got that in here. We go is it F flush? Okay, it's just, yeah, so we go flush file, oh sorry, log output. Okay. Ah, dang it. Alright, so apparently, I'm guessing the DOSBox, driver also has a buffer that we can't get at. Either that or F-flush doesn't work. Which is... yeah. I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's also not going to really help us for like, live debugging. We really need to get that debug console working at some point. So... Yeah. Tad frustrating. Just a tad. What do we got? So it looks like thread draw things is trying to draw some things to the screen. Let's add a little bit more logging and see what that is. Where? Okay, that'll be in test.lua. Yeah, test.lua. Okay. Interesting. So that moves the things around, and I'm just kind of assuming that the renderer thread is going to pick up on the fact that I've added the background, but of course I didn't add it to the graphics room, did I? I didn't add it to the graphics room. Yeah, okay, that'd be why I've got nothing. Helps to use the right objects. So we were creating the image, but I didn't register it as a background image. So maybe that'll, again, I think that might be enough. I think that we don't need to. Of course, I say that. I say that I think it might be enough. Must be missing something else. To test bg(x), test bg.y. Is there really nothing that I'm missing here in the render loop? That's some more debug. Okay. Anytime you want to give me the results. Okay. Look, it's moving it. It's moving it around. It's moving it around to all the spots. Okay, so that code is working fine. And then draw image. And yeah, that just kind of relies on video blit image. So what have we got? Video blit image. And we're not getting the message so that it's trying to blit nothing. So it is actually trying to do it. And it is copying the memory to the frame buffer. So it must be this new code that I added in to draw off the frame buffer. Okay. Log print. Yeah, okay, we're not getting any of this, so it must be going ahead. Must be going ahead and doing all that. It might be that we're just never reaching the flip code. That's also an option. Because we do have this sort of convoluted code here to check to see if we're in VBlank or not. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe we should get rid of that. I'm also thinking that maybe I should reduce the time that the test takes to run. I thought this would be kind of like a quick and easy thing to fix, but I'm willing to be proven wrong. Again and again. Do I have a second one of these? Yeah, okay, get rid of that. Okay, no, it's flipping the screen. It's flipping the screen. Quite a lot, actually. Holy wow, alright. But I think... let's take a careful look at... so we've got this, which copies the frame buffer to the screen. But what about... okay, we've got bleed image which does this. We've got video flip which does this. Was there one which... am I running this through... and yeah, okay, and I'm running the script thing through sysidle, which then does this... basically, like, if you're running... like, you need to do this on Windows, because otherwise the program will lock up with a busy loop. And I'm proud to say this does run on Windows 95. Like, completely by accident. Windows 98, rather. That's fine. Like, it's clearly running this, otherwise we wouldn't hear, like, we wouldn't hear the audio. What was, mem set? Okay, we have... okay, we've got this video clear instruction. Where was I clearing the video? Was I clearing the video? Oh, I probably was clearing the video in Lua. Yeah, that's right. I exposed clearing the video in Lua. So we'll just say... we'll just pretend. We'll pretend that we cleared the video. Because it might be a timing issue that, like, clearing the video is taking longer than we were expecting. But I don't understand how that would... yeah, okay. So even with, like, video clearing turned off, we're still not getting anything in the frame buffer. Why could that... is the blit function not working? Because, alright, this sets the frame buffer to be 0. And I'll leave this out just so there's no for an avoidance of doubt, we're going to not do that. Then we have this code which draws the image to the screen. Let's add another print here. Log print blitting 2DDN image image, path, image. Okay, and then we will shorten this test so that it only does 10 loops so that it's quicker. And then Funky says, I've been working on this emulator all day. Is there any reason why I should avoid XP and pick 98 Special Edition? I would say if the game that you're... I'm assuming that you're trying to like play a game or something with it, and I'd probably say like if whatever piece of software that you want to use, if it was basically made for like early Windows 95 or Windows 3.1, then I'd probably pick Windows 98. Otherwise, if it's like just like on the cusp of like around 2000, like XP is pretty good. You can generally get away with XP, but it's just like the older stuff, like stuff for Windows 3.1 and yeah, like old DirectX, like very old DirectX. Sometimes you get a better result with 98. Like I think like what's it called? That LucasArts game, like Outlaws, like that's an example of one which like actually no, maybe that works in XP. Maybe I'm misremembering. Anyway, there's like a few games which are like very picky and don't run in XP. That Isaac Asimov one, that Isaac Asimov game that Sean Morley was playing or trying to play, that was originally for Windows 3.1 and it does a really stupid palette thing which does not work in Windows XP. So I would say that's a good example. Oh God, why did I do it again? I didn't need to do it again. I'm seeing a lot of flips, but I'm not seeing a lot of blitz. That could be a problem. That could be why we're not getting anything. Flip. Oh, because if there's no frame buffer, then it will return? Did I just not define the frame buffer? I just... okay. That... right. It's probably going to be that, isn't it? It's probably going to be that. But I did. I did, I tells you. Would that be because I didn't define it as static? Is that why you're punishing me, C? Is that it? I mean, it must be, right? Because it wasn't making it down here to this instruction. And... it wasn't leaving here or here, so therefore it must be leaving through that. So... and yeah, I think it is meant to be... I think it is meant to be static. I think. Oh, we'll see. Well, still no stuff. But do we get some logs now at least? Okay, well, bunch of crap logs from draw things. We're still not getting any... Okay. Oh, did I move flip? Is that to prove that it was that? Oh no, I just removed it. I just removed it completely because I wasn't thinking. Okay. But we'll put that in there. And then... I mean, yeah, we got this instruction here, which is like meant to be running. Okay. Ooh, it's taken noticeably longer. I'm guessing because I now have the the file writing script that's in the critical path. Okay, no, the frame buffer is there. Something else is causing it to quit. I just don't... What? How does that even work? How does that even work? C, what are you doing? What are you doing, C? You're drunk. Go home. The blit function isn't even being called. It occurs to me. That's probably not great. Which would mean... Oh, okay. Which would mean Lua PT draw image isn't being called, which would mean that this isn't calling it. Oh yeah, because we're not... Yeah, if I'd actually been paying attention to all like the log spam that I added, yeah, we would have seen this drawing object to screen at comma message if we were doing it right, but we are not doing it right. We're just so we've just got like the draw things command, which is moving, you know, moving things around. Which would mean that PT renderers have been called, which I think happens in main. No, script exec is meant to do it. Oh no, script exec. Oh no, script exec runs all the Lua threads. There's a new method called script draw, which I don't think I added anywhere. I think that could be part of it. Oh no, no, script draw is here. Script draw is here like immediately after flipping the video. Let's run it again. So this time we should get some messages from Lua saying that we're running the rendering function. This guy here. In which case, if we're getting to here and then not to here, maybe the render list is empty. Yeah, okay. The render list is empty. Did I screw up the PT? Okay. So let's add one of these to get the graphics room. Because after this, right, that should have registered this object as a member of the room table. And we are switching to that. So that should totally work. That should totally work. And yeah, we're definitely in the right room because it's actually playing, you know, these threads are running. But for whatever reason, oh, okay. It's probably short-circuiting here. It's probably short-circuiting here. Okay, so we'll get rid of this log spam. Ooh, that time I crashed it. Attempt to call a table value. Global, okay. Oh, because string is, okay, no, I got the name of the string formatting function wrong. ToString. ToString is what I should be using. And we got a crash. Flip nil. Yeah, okay. But clearly it was the thing that, you know, it was this that we added, which made it die. Okay, so it's whinging because PT current room is nil, but it should not be nil. It should be, it's being set by me. It's being set by me. I don't understand that. How about if I delete this? Will that make you happy? Oh, that's right. Because now... Okay, well it's running again, so it must have been that attempt to call ToString on a thing that doesn't exist. And that's just okay, so it's just always nil. Okay, so it starts off nil. And then switch room. Why doesn't switch room do a good job? Why doesn't switch room do a good job? Oh, is it because PT room doesn't return anything? Oh, okay, yeah. No, it should be returning this. It absolutely should be returning that. Okay. But we added one of those at the very start, so is that... I mean, I'm guessing that's also going to be nil, right? No. Yeah, okay. It's looking like nil. Oh no, it's a table. Okay. So that's good. So that there is, this is correct. This is correct. What isn't correct is PT switch room doesn't seem to be working. And then we just got 2-string room, 2-string PT current room. And then we'll do another one at the end. Yeah, okay, so it does that. It switches the room to there. And then subsequent things that it tries to yeah, it just doesn't. Oh, so because I've done like, is it because I've marked it as local or something? Yeah, it's because I've alright. Technically, these should be globals, and I've marked them as local. But no, that if that were the case, though, if that were a big problem, why does this work? Why does start thread and stop thread work? Because they're all based on that stuff there. Because like yeah, it's setting the room. It's setting the room to the thing. Is it because of when? Is it because of when in the code it's defined? Because it happens... It's because of when in the code it's defined, isn't it? Because it's... Oh, okay, yep. I see how it is. Alright, let's get rid of this. Drag this all the way down here. The bottom. And then give it another try. Okay, that's much better. It's much better. Well, I found the table that time, but makes this delightful noise. Oh, and I did run it in GDB, so I can't see why it died. All right. Now we've got to do a little bit of we got to find out where in the code it's dying. So adder to line e. Okay. So it's somewhere in the Lua API. Good start. Real good start. Is it the garbage collection? Is the garbage collection maybe? Okay. A95E? $10.20 was it? Call no yield. Okay, so it's doing a call. So maybe it's the call to the renderer function which isn't working properly. Where would that be? Okay, did PT render get called? Did it actually make it in? Did it survive? Because if it died in there, I understand. Yeah, okay, so it got in there and then somewhere in Lua it died. Where exactly in Lua did it die? 5C95. That's exception handler 8D E9. Somewhere in the debug. Oh no, that's it trying to figure out what the error is. 8E78.
It was my only chance to survive.
Very, very true. 418. Check whether it has a call meta field. If so, TT is nil. Okay, maybe it's trying to like call something and then it just it isn't there. Alright, crashed again. Interesting, okay, so it doesn't make it as far as this line. So the sort, maybe it's the, okay, maybe it is the sort thing. Hey, I'm Zizzy. Good to see you. We are knee deep in the guts of trying to figure out why things are a bit cooked. How did it go? How did the Raid Shadow Legends stream go?
Prompt service is required.
Thank you very much for the follow, James Nico. Very, very kind, considering. Okay, actually no, I'll show off what I've got. Let me just dunk what I have. And rebuild it. So I can show it off.
I'm afraid that crime fighting allows me only the luxury of collecting criminals.
Yeah, you know who made, yeah, you know what criminals made? The C programming language. There you go. So here we go. Here is our test program. Currently all it does is it shows that multi-threading works. So what I've got here is an arpeggio, which is kind of like playing from at increasingly faster speeds, while this thing, you know, there's one task which prints to the command line every, 5 times a second, and another one which does this kind of complicated sweep with the PC speaker. So that's good. That means that we can basically like do multiple things at the same time with Lua. Like all of this is basically done in Lua. the thing that we are now trying to figure out why is kind of a bit busted is why we can't draw stuff. Like, I've ported over the drawing code to also be in Lua, but it seems to have sort of it seems to have crashed a bit. MC just says this is too competent. We can agree to disagree on the semantics of that. Like, the entire experience so far is basically just me going, you know, trying to write some C and then going, God, this is hard. This is just so joyless. Like, my life is kind of my life force is draining away. And then I realize, oh, I can make like a hackier version which is less performant in Lua, but I actually, you know, I can understand it. I can write comments. I don't have to worry about like I don't know. C is just really, really rough when it comes to just basic things like, you know, strings. You know, chaining letters together. Hardest thing in the world in C. Xenogenesis says, typically C programming experience. Good to know it's not just me. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get the appeal. I get the idea is that C is meant to be miserable, right? So you're encouraged to write less of it. And then, you know, somehow that brings up the axiom of like good C programs have less C in them. But in hindsight, it's basically just like, I just want an array. I just want to have like a big list of things that I don't have to like micromanage. Or I just want a hash map. I just want to be able to like have a list of things that I refer to with numbers or strings and just get the thing out the other end. I just want it to work. Bloody Cactus says, I love C. I mean, you know, I'm not saying it's completely unlovable. It's got its charms. It's very useful for like, for instance, like all of the DOS code that I've written so far has been like that actually works quite well in C because you don't have to remember things, or you don't have to do string manipulation. You can just like, I don't know, poke registers and crap. So that's kind of what we do to get the timer and everything working. But anyway, to get back to where we were, get back to the pain. Git stash apply. Yep, got all this junk. So where were we? We were in the middle of it crashing and burning. Yeah, so the game starts up, it then tries to render to the screen for the first time, and it immediately crashes, but of course the PC speaker just remains on because of the the timer. MCZ says, you're honestly the most diplomatic streamer I know, so if you have gripes, I'm sure they're valid.
Room has a 16-car pileup of race car beds, and a family of 10 maids and special effects artists keep it realistically smoldering and burning. Oh.
Yeah, we need some realistic smoldering and burning in this game. That's very kind of you to say, MCZ. I don't know. I try and keep it together for the streams. As soon as the camera goes off, I just go and scream into a paper bag, and I find that kind of helps. Yes, and yes, please feel free to use the gimmicks. They're as much as to keep me sane as they are to keep you entertained through to the rough bits. We have quite a few, and yeah, you know, it's all kind of it's all based on like subtitles. So you can either just type the word for a random sample, or you can get any, I don't know, you can type another word after that, and it'll try and find that in the entire script, subtitle script thing. I don't know, words hard.
Potatoes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they do this a lot, the street vendors in Thailand.
Okay, and the Iron Chef was hunched down like the vendors too.
Yeah, I haven't had dinner yet, so the Iron Chef one is good for making me regret my poor choice of not having a snack before this. Actually, that's a lie. I had a snack before the stream. I had some of those like coconut apricot slice things. That should be enough pep to get through this, surely. Okay, so it's crashing there. What's in the log? So it plays the... Okay, so it manages to flip the screen once, but it doesn't actually get as far as...
I'm really worried about Nicola. She's behaving like a squirrel trapped in a pedal bin.
Something tells me that Sonneveld has watched The Thick of It and knows where some of the good lines are. What are we doing? Draw things? Okay, so we're not even reaching that. We're right in here. We're in the guts of things. We're not even reaching here, which implies that it's this table sort that I've screwed up somehow. So let's put that in. Let's put in debugging for that and go pt current room render. Is it because there's nothing in the table? Is that like something that'll make the make Lua crash? It's possible. I don't know why. I don't know why you'd have that. Oh, Sonneville says they're trying to get the Star Wars line again. Yeah, I mean, there's only so many references to pedal bins. Just try it enough times, you will find the the Malcolm Tucker Star Wars line. Okay, we've put this in there. We can now quit. We can quit this. Restart that from scratch. Crashes immediately again, but that's okay. We can look at the log.
What film? The one about the fucking hairdresser, the space hairdresser and a cowboy.
So there is a table. There is a table which presumably contains things in it. But is it... There's an even easier way. Why am I even like worrying about it? Let me just get rid of this. Let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of this and just see if this does anything. No. No, the answer is it does not. But where could it be crashing? What possible... Why could it... Why? What have I done to it to make it crash? 7089. A95E? It must be, yeah, because like that's the function to call something in Lua. So have I screwed up how I defined PT draw image? Because I'm giving it the pointer object? Is that maybe it? Well, okay. Alright, let's move. So it had enough to get to... It could get to here. Is it because... Oh, is it because of this? Is it because it's trying to get... No, that should be fine. I don't understand why that would be an issue. Alright, so it must be that. It must be something to do with how I'm dereferencing doing this for loop. It probably is actually. Lua for loop table. Because there's this one which is like for, you know, that gets a pair out. But I don't understand why... Oh, maybe I have to use pairs. Maybe I don't have an option. Yeah, maybe you have to use pairs. Okay, we can use pairs. Don't know why that would make it crash though. It's still crashing. So it's okay. It's got inside. It's found. So it is actually able to make it. It is surviving. It's surviving right up until this image call, at which point it dies. Is it because I'm doing like a double dereference? How about object.image? Is that a problem? Because like I think a large part of it, right, is that like, oh, Bloody Cactus says it's always pairs or I pairs. Thank you. Because like I get the feeling that the part of the reason why Lua is fast is that it. I mean, like I've looked at it. It is interpreted. So, but maybe. I don't know why it would crash like that. I don't know why it wouldn't just be. I don't know. Wouldn't just kind of pick that up as like there isn't a member of that table called this thing. Okay. All right. There is that object. Is it because it's the user data object that it doesn't like? This is honestly like this is probably, yeah. It's going to have something to do with this pointer here, which is the one piece of code which I don't think I've tested very well. And that is... so if we run this again... it should crash in the same spot. Yeah, okay, so there it's got a user data object. So it should be running the damn thing. Is it inside PT draw image that it can't get it? Like, is that the point at which it I probably should have. Oh, it's okay. I probably should have put a log statement in here. Print. And then I'm guessing it's going to be... it's probably going to be here, isn't it? Or maybe it's dereferencing this that's having an issue. Well, we'll see. We'll see what it is. But I'm taking a lesson away. I'm taking a lesson away from all this, and it is just don't write. You know, write as little C as possible because you will regret it. Yeah. Okay. So it's the command to kind of get the user data back out of Lua, which is dying. But I'm surprised though because like the previous like. It recognized it as a user data. But, oh, is it because that we've got like a check instruction? Like, we've got check U data? Like, is that part of it not working? Checks whether the function argues the user data of the type tname and returns the user data's memory block address. Okay, so if I were to guess at like why it's dying, it would be that this doesn't match. Even after I went to all that effort of like adding a meta table to take care of all of that. We're rapidly approaching the limits of my knowledge on this. How about we replace this with like the one that doesn't check to see if it's good. Like we replace it with the worst one. Like, I'll comment this later to remind me to check it out. And then we go lure to user data. And we do this. And then I think that'll work. Or it'll do something different at least. Like crash in a more reasonable way. Yeah, okay, so it crashed again. Still alive 0. Okay, so okay, progress. So that time it crashed, I think, just because of a null pointer. But that shouldn't be happening. It should be returning back, like, our special object with the thing in it. I don't know why it's not doing that. Like, this returns stuff that is on the stack, but I want to return stuff from the arg list. Like, it's... this... Okay, no... Oh, I've got it around the wrong way, maybe. I think I might have got it around the wrong way. Like, Lure's quite confusing sometimes in that there'll be certain... Like, sometimes, like, index... So, like... What all of these instructions here, right? So you've got, like, check integer and set field, etc. What they're meant to do is they're meant to kind of... Like, check integer specifically is meant to take things out of the args list. And then that's different from, say, like, these instructions up here, like set field, which are meant to take things off the stack. But I've probably screwed up, like, how it's meant to be done. Like, essentially, like, there are some commands which expect negative for stack, and then others which expect positive for stack, and I can't for the life of me remember which one is which. So let's... Do I have... Hang on, is my laptop still on? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm going to look at someone who wrote more competent Lure code and see how they did it. Lib Lure. Someone else says, that seems like a weird decision unless there's logic behind that. I think it's just... Like, Lure is quite... It's been around for a while. Like, I'm assuming it's just kind of like a weird design quirk that's stuck around for the ride. Grep Lure obj. Ah, this thing here. Okay, so here's like an example of someone who like knows how to do it. So, like, yeah, okay, so, right. Negative means the stack. So this code here works by pushing a string onto the stack, it pushes another string onto the stack, and then it runs this command which applies these two arguments to the thing at stack position -3, which would be that, because you pushed that many things on the stack. Okay. That'll make sense. So have I done that correctly here? Like, it looks like I have. It looks like I'm treating stuff that's been pushed onto the stack correctly. Like, I'm pushing this, then I'm adding the string, and then I'm saying go two up the stack to add this, and then two up the stack to add... Yeah, okay. So this code is correct. This code, on the other hand... Okay, so I've messed that up. That should be 1. I'm pretty sure. And like check, I'm not sure, because check, I think check is always positive because it only operates on okay, maybe check is positive because like where's a... Yeah, okay, we don't have an easily accessible example, but I'll try changing it to like +1. Because I think that's correct, because we're accessing arguments which are not on the stack. They're floating above the stack. Oh my god, it's working. It's working. I'm a Lure genius. That feels pretty good. Not gonna lie, feeling pretty good right now. Okay, so we've got that. How about if we make it like draw really fast? Because that was kind of a bit that was a bit lackadaisical. Oh, and I can turn this back on because we know that's not the issue. I'll keep this off so we get like the cool effect. We'll then go back to here. We'll then change this. Where did I? Oh no, it's in Lua. Of course it's in Lua. Lua is where I said move these things around, and we'll change that to be like 20 times a second. And then once we've done that, do I need to rebuild any of this? Nope. This doesn't quite feel like 20 times a second, but I am writing a bunch of stuff to the log file, and it just stopped. Oh no, it stopped because I said only do it 100 times. Okay. But we're absolutely not running at the full frame rate. So we gotta. So let's go back into here. We'll change this to. Wait, not change that. Sorry, we'll change this to 1,000. We'll turn off the logs because we don't need them. Oh yeah, Bloody Cactus says you can only pump so many 64 kilobyte chunks over the bus at once before saturation. I guess that's true. Like the way that we've got it set up is that like we have a separate frame buffer, which is essentially just an array that periodically gets dumped into the VGA memory, and that's meant to happen roughly once per vblank. So, I mean, that could be. I was kind of expecting like more throughput, to tell the truth, because like I think when I was originally testing, it was running a little bit quicker as well. But DOSBox still emulates the ISA bus speed, which is the constraint. Okay, it could very well be that, in which case I'll be sad that I have to. I mean, like, yeah, I'm probably good after the stream is over. I'll probably have to go back and like add, you know, proper dirty rectangles and, you know, tricks like that to make it not slow. But I reckon it's probably because of all of these log messages that are slowing it down. And now I think I've turned them off. So, oh no, I haven't turned off the one in the script. So we'll do that. So get rid of that. Get rid of this. Yeah, filthy rectangles. I'll also... no. I'm going to stick with the one that works. Was there anything else in here? Oh, flip. Yeah, I'll get rid of that. Blitting? Yeah, I put a message somewhere saying blitting test.png. So we'll comment that out. And I think that's everything. That's better. That's feeling closer to 20 frames a second. Oh, and I set to 1,000, so it's gonna be a little while. Oh, I left a print statement in there. Dang it! All right.
Ron Penge's blitzkrieg. Just wait till I get through with those armchair generals at the Hexagon, huh?
Okay. Also, 1,000 images may be too many. We'll make that 200. 200. Where did I put it? Oh, here, okay. Actually, no, 20, make that 100. And just to, and yeah, like, it should only ever be drawing the script once per vblank. Because we've got this latching system here, which basically forces it to, like, I don't know, run the scripting engine until it reaches a vblank, and then it does this. Okay, that was, yeah, okay, it finished immediately. So that was the trick. It was that final print statement which was slowing everything down. Okay. Let's up the number again to whatever it is. So go boot lure. Oh no, test lure, sorry. Make that 1,000. And then we should be able to run it again. Look at that. Look at that. Look at it go. Perfect. Okay, so, after all that, what have we got done? We have now got, so we don't have double buffering, we blitted test image, we're blitting stuff to the screen. I guess what would be good now, right, is maybe a mouse cursor? Yeah, okay. I think what we should do, yeah, let's try and quickly like hack in a mouse handler so that we can see the mouse cursor, and then see if that renders. I don't know, add in rendering for that somehow. Because like, yeah, the other big kind of, the other thing that I like wasted a ton of, not wasted, but like sank a ton of time on last week is like fonts, trying to load in fonts, and it is just. It's infuriating. It's really hard. There's a whole, I don't know, there's like a whole number of standards or like different formats for like bitmap fonts, and they're all bad. Or, I mean, let me like, there's the Windows Font format, which is just, I mean, it works, but it's also, you have to like write a bunch of boilerplate for like fishing it out, because it's like an exe. It's an exe with a bunch of crap appended to it. There's like the format that AGS uses, which is just like, it's the opposite. It's like too simple. There's no, like, you get 256 letters and it's up to you to figure out like that they're in the right order. There's no, like, it's the format is so basic that there's not even any like end offsets. You have to you basically just have to like count to a certain number and then go, all right, then the end of the file must be over here. Like, no point in actually like mapping it out or anything. So yeah, that, and there's no code points, which means you can't do stuff like Unicode easy. And so the one which everything, I mean, like, I was like looking around for like open source projects that produce bitmap fonts, and the standard seems to be OTB, which is basically a true type container, but it's got a chunk which has got like bitmap data in it. And I mean, it's good in the sense that like it's well specified, and a lot of, like a lot of kind of open source fonts, etc., that use bitmap, that produce bitmaps, they kind of do it like that. The downside is that TTF is really annoying. Like, it's very complicated, and it's going to take me a while to like write a parser for that. So I don't know. My plan was basically I'd give it another day, and then if that was too hard, I'll just embed the font, and then we'll worry about good fonts later. Oh, Bloody Cactus for bitmap fonts. I just render an image. I know what each letter's offset is in the image. Yeah, that's basically the other option, just to have an atlas with fixed sizes. And I mean, yeah, it's doable. It's just I was hoping to kind of have something nicer, especially because like there'd still need to be like a certain amount of boilerplate for that anyway. Because like I could render everything as fixed width fonts, but then it just kind of looks a bit tacky. Whereas when you consider like, I don't know, bitmap fonts in like the Scum engine, for instance, like that does automatic kerning to close up any gaps in that. And I figure that like if I'm going to do code like that, I may as well just do it properly and get a font loader that can deal with that. But I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should just go for the simpler approach to begin with. Okay. Alright, do I have the cursor image in the repo? Okay, yep, I got something. So we got this little image here. So now what we need to do... Okay. Now going back to like the Lua code that I originally wrote, we've kind of, I've written like a sort of an object type for backgrounds, which I imagine would be kind of static. Actually, yeah, for the purpose of testing the mouse, we could probably just reuse that. But I think eventually what we're going to do is we're going to have a different sprite type, which then you can define animations or like sequences of images. Hey Zebesnaga, this is Budgie Desktop, which is a fork of Cinnamon. And yeah, it's like just kind of a mixture of like GTK 3 and 4, and yeah, that's basically it. So we got all this. Where to begin? We got the cursor image. We just need to handler. That's it. We gotta borrow the handler for someone who knows what they're doing. We gotta borrow the So I'm going to. I had like a quick look at like the Love DOS source code. I'm just gonna borrow their mouse handler. We're gonna graft it. We're gonna graft it in. Oop. Oh, except I can't do that because that's on my other computer. Great. Oh, Zebesnagar goes, any cons on Budgie? Any cons on Budgie? I would say the one con is that like it is tied to X11, so if you kind of want to move on from that or use Wayland, then that might be an issue. Like personally, I can't really leave Wayland because too much stuff in my setup involves X11 working. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's basically just kind of like it's like Cinnamon. It's basically just kind of GNOME, except with most of the features added back. Like you can't see it on this window, you can't see it on this screen, but it has the equivalent of like the start menu style drop down and you know, which they got rid of out of GNOME. But, yeah. Bloody Cactus says, I have no interest in going Wayland for at least 3+ years. Too much of my stuff will probably not get converted off X11 before then, if ever. Understandable. Absolutely understandable. Like, I know that there are some people in the community that, basically just go, like, Wayland's here, why would you still be using X11? It's old technology. Like, it's terrible. And it's like, and I don't get me wrong, I want to move. X11, you know, frustrating in certain other aspects, especially when it comes to, like, video tearing and stuff like that. But as it stands, there's too many things that I kind of need for my day job and for streaming that there isn't really a Wayland answer for yet. So we're staying on X11 until then. Okay, maybe the better approach would be to just copy this. Copy this here. Oh, wait. I got it around the wrong way. Copy that there. And then... then we get full copy paste. And now we can graft it onto our stuff here. Okay. Oh, and originally I was nicking it from Allegro, but I don't think we're going to be nicking it from Allegro. Fix the tabs. Did I define it? We've got mouse in it and we've got mouse shut down. Yeah, okay, and this just gets its stuff from int33, which do I have hang on. Ah, dang it. All right. I thought I had it. Oh no, I don't have it here. I've got it in a different terminal. We'll just huh. I thought I had the damn... I thought I had the interrupts list. I thought I had the interrupts list handy, but okay. DOS interrupt 33. HTML version, thank God. Alright, this thing. Yes, thanks, Bloody Cactus. That's what I was desperately scrubbing around for, actually. I thought I had it open, and I thought I had a... Oh, number, love of God, okay. I made a mistake, go back. Okay, interrupt number 33. Okay, so it's got one which is return position and button status. Oh no, okay, so the default is like reset driver and read status. Okay, so I'll just comment that. 33H, so reset driver and read mouse status. So we've got that. We've got this mouse update function. Okay, so this is like, yeah, this is just doing polling, but that's fine. We only need to do it once per vsync. I mean, I say that we need to do it once per vsync. Technically, we should be doing it like with an interrupt handler, but I don't feel like doing that now. I just want to see the mouse. I'm not even fussy. I don't even want clicking. I just want the mouse. So we've got this, we've got mouse update. We'll just borrow this. We'll just borrow this wholesale. Oh, and there's probably going to be... Oh, Bloody Cactus says, mouse and DOS is a pain. In graphics mode, you got to do your own mouse blitz. Undo door mouse cursor, do new mouse cursor, have its own buffer of what it covered. Oh god, really? You can't just turn the cursor off? Like, I do recall that, like, that's like, there's define graphics cursor, or, like, hide mouse cursor. Like, can we not just hide the mouse cursor and then like draw one using the... Because like, yeah, the intention that I had was just that we'd use our own blitter to actually render the mouse cursor. So maybe what we need to do in init is we actually need to hide the mouse cursor. Sign of a well-done API. Multiple calls to hide the cursor will require multiple calls from function 01 to unhide it. I mean, I guess that maybe makes sense. Like if you have like nested context, maybe that's something you'd want. I guess you do have the base hardware cursor. I've never used that, always my own. Sorry, Bloody Cactus. So when you say like you got to like do your own mouse splits, you're talking about. So you're talking about not using the hardware mouse cursor. You're talking about just rendering the screen and then using dirty rectangles or something to kind of re-render the bits that have kind of moved across. Because I assume that's kind of what we're gonna have to do. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. Like that's what I intended to do anyway. Like I was not expecting to get. I know that like DOS has the option for like showing a cursor, but I don't want it. Like I do, yeah. We'll try it as is to see if there's anything there, and if there is, we'll turn it off. But that's fine. Like for the crappy proof of concept blitter that I have now, it wipes the screen on each v blank, or wipes the buffer on each v blank, so it doesn't matter if we just do things the horrible painters algorithm way. We'll worry about it being quick later, I guess. Mouse update. I think that should be all of them. Then we can go back to here. or rather back into... I guess we're going to make some more Lua bindings, huh? Yeah, okay. Let's make some more Lua bindings. PT get mouse pos. Lua PT get mouse pos. Won't worry about buttons yet. Bloody Cactus says, if your screen is tied to doing one update per cycle, you're gonna have to tie its dirty blitz into that because it'll be doing updates. So you'll be undoing dirty blitz that haven't happened yet. Yeah. This is all stuff that we've not like. I've got no tracking system yet for dirty rectangles. It's basically just like every v blank we wipe the frame buffer, we draw things into the frame buffer in a certain Z order, and then we just wipe the entire VGA memory with it. It's very, it's not big, it's not clever. But hopefully, given that we have a Pentium, it should be quick. it should barely work. Like maybe it'll like take a little bit, we won't be able to get 70 frames per second, but that's fine. For proof of concept, I'm more than happy for that. So we'll add in a new Lua binding, static int Lua pt get mouse pos state L. Gonna be yeah, one of the weird things about Lua is that you can return multiple things as from functions, which is kind of nice. It's kind of cool. But yeah, it's a little odd. And so then we basically just go Lua push integer. Oh, and then we gotta include our mouse script. Oh no, we already have. It's in DOS because it's part of that. So we go mouse get X, mouse get Y, and then we should be able to go back into boot and make another cheeky method. Another cheeky method to... I'm gonna have to like sort this out to be like less mad. Return pt get mouse pos, and then in test.lua we have our graphics thread, which is drawing stuff to the screen. And then we'll have another one. Actually, no. We won't do that here. We'll just we'll do it the hacky way. So we'll make a new method that we want called go cursor image pt image cursor.png cursor. We'll set it to this to begin with, but we'll make it. Yeah, we'll switch it to a sprite class once we invent that. Cursor image. 0, 0. And this is going to be ahead of... Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. Because we're going to do this in the renderer loop, it doesn't matter what Z value we give it. It'll always be the last thing to draw to the screen. And then we go... How do you unpack multiple values? Or maybe you don't. Maybe we just go like x, y, mouse, x, mouse, y equals this. And then we go if nil, and we'll do a nasty hack. We'll add a nice, actually, yeah, we'll add a nice function in after we prove that it works. Oh no, I'll do it now. Because eventually I want to kind of encapsulate off boot.lua so that all the private stuff isn't available. But that's not going to happen tonight. It's probably not even going to happen during the game jam, because we just need to get this thing running. We just need to get it working. PT draw image. And then we just go PT mouse sprite image pointer. Okay. How much of this doesn't work? Event T. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So that's part of the event handling stuff that came from the code that we pinched. Bloody Cactus says, you realize all these variables are global, right? So mouse-select is visible to the entire app? Oh, right, because... Oh, God, really? Oh, that's right. You know what, that does make sense, yeah. So you don't get scoped variables for free. You have to say local each time. Yeah, okay. I will go back and make them not global. So to answer your question, no, I didn't quite know. Or rather, I sort of did know, but then I didn't quite take it on board until you brought it up, and they're like, yeah, of course it would be that. So, for now though, given that we don't have that much logic going on, I don't think we're going to run into issues. Only for loop variables are local by default. What? So inside a for loop, that they decide, well, the Lua devs decided, you know what, probably people want local scope in that, but functions, always global. Always. It's a weird design decision. I can't think of any other language kind of which defaults to global by default, except, I don't know. It's strange. Okay, okay, these will all be things that I need to kind of borrow from the other code. Mouse.h. Yeah. This junk. Is that enough? No, event T. Oh, and that's all of the, yeah, okay, that's because, okay, that's the event pumping loop that, yeah, okay, so we don't need that. We don't need that just yet. We will eventually want to, eventually want to have a event stack of some description, but we don't need it for now, so I'm not going to bother. Also, yeah, indentation's a bit weird. Okay. Well, we've got the mouse cursor. It's just... yeah, just not very much... oh, because I didn't... you know what I didn't do? I didn't actually update the mouse cursor. So of course it's just going to be standing up there in the top right. So we'll add mouse in it to here, and then just before... again, this is filthy. This is unsanitary, but mouse update. We'll do it just before we ask the we'll do it just before we ask the scripting engine to draw everything for us. Hey, look at that. Sure, we've got like the infinity trails because I'm not clearing the buffer each time, but and we don't have transparency, but I'm pretty chuffed with that. Like that looks like it's running at about 75 frames a second, or it feels like imperceptibly it feels pretty damn smooth. Let's try it again. Yeah. And of course, okay, so some things that we need to fix. So you'll notice here, like the top left is in the very top left, when in reality, we want the cursor to be right in the smack in the center. So to do that, we would need to fix the image class to have a movable origin, because at the moment it just assumes the origin is the top left. I'm actually curious, like, how does that look when we turn off, when we turn on screen clearing? Is it still just as quick? Yeah, so, because yeah, so the two things we need to do, one is that we need to change the origin of the image in relation to the mouse cursor, and the other thing we need to do is adjust that image so that we have alpha. Or rather, like, change how the blitter works so that it respects an alpha color. And then once we do that, we should be able to get a transparent cursor. Anyway, let's try that again with the screen clearing. Okay, so yeah, it's as expected. I'm gonna turn this back off because it's, I guess, probably a bad idea to have flashing things on the screen. Okay, so origin. So yeah, like currently what we have, we've got width, we've got height, and we've got pitch. What we don't have is like a bounding box. That's just kind of implicit from like the top left to the bottom right. We could probably, I mean, we probably don't need a bounding box per se, but we probably do need an offset. Like if we go uint32 t origin x 32 t, oh, and it would have to be int32. I should probably change those to be like 16-bit too, because we don't need 32-bit numbers for these. But at the same time, I don't want to have to go through my code and like change all that stuff just now. There'll be a time for that. I mean, if I were to change it now, surely the compiler will like yell at me. Really? Oh, because I keep forgetting that because I have like a very dodgy makefile set up, then if I change stuff in the headers, that does not change stuff in, or it doesn't get picked up by this when really it should. We've gone. Okay, so that's there. Okay, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine with everything being 16-bit. I would have thought that it would have whinged a bit about at here, but apparently not. Oh, get pitch. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. There's a landmine. So, an original version of this function had it as like a had get pitch as a power of 2, so it would only ever be like uint 8, but really that should be uint 16, because as soon as we get to images that are bigger than 256 wide, then that's not going to work anymore, but that should hopefully sort it out. Okay, so we've got origin X, we've got origin Y. There's all of that stuff here. What I think, yeah, I think that in our Lua code, or in our Lua binding, we should have 2 optional arguments for what do you call it? Yeah, for origin X and origin Y. And I think that it's sorted out. So if we go origin X equals Lua check integer. And what's the deal if there isn't an argument? Check integer. Checks whether the argument is an integer. I can't remember if like like with check integer, I can't remember if it crashes the program if there isn't an argument. Like that seems like the kind of thing that it would do. But it's more like I want to see if there is an integer. Like, is there a Lua C check number of args? Oh, okay. Get top gives you the number of arguments. Okay, that's what I'm missing. Okay. So we go, if Lua get top L equals 3, that'll do for now. And then that should actually go all the way up here. Then we change this to have that, and then we just change this constructory thing. Okay. So that should then mean... So, okay, so we've got that in there. And then that's all good. We would then need to change here. 16, 16. So we've got the origin. And then finally in our blitter function here, we need to take advantage of that new information and adjust the X offset. And here we've got some rectangle code, which I ported from ScumVM. Because last stream, I was struggling to figure out like the sequence of steps to like crop an image so that it fits within the frame buffer. And I know that we did that in ScumVM, so I've just made a C version of the code that we have there. Okay, we need to translate the... Yeah, so we've got the screen dimensions one, and then we've got to... Where does X and Y come into it? Okay, rectangle blit clip. And yeah, okay, this is the feature which moves a source rectangle to this position and then clips it, and then at the same time gives you the right things that you need. So I think that what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go X minus image origin X, Y minus image Y. So now 16 by 16 will then move the image up 16 pixels to the corner, and that should make the mouse cursor sit in the right spot, I think. Huh, okay. Oh no, it's still broken. Why? Okay, where did I mess up? Oh, because of this. Ugh. Oh no, that should be fine. Because like the whole point of this rectangle blitting, clipping code is so that you can print you can have it off the screen. I'll have it partly off the screen. Like, look, if we run this again. Huh. Interesting, okay. So I assume that meant you could get it off the left-hand side of the screen too, but no, it's just the right-hand and bottom sides of the screen. That could be a problem. Because what we want is we want those images way off the left and top bounds as well. But that isn't really... The thing is though, I assume that was happening because the X position, we just didn't have the X position for those boot images. Yeah, because like the yeah, I thought that was because like if we go back into our test here for printing the junk on the screen, yeah, we're just picking a random position between 0 and 320, when in fact what we should be doing is we should be picking a random position between however big that image is. I think it's -64 and 200. Okay, so yeah, the overflow code is working properly. just for some reason the mouse cursor is not recentering. Oh, that'd be because in boot.lua I didn't write the code. I know, just like draw image, mouse X, mouse Y, and then when I was defining the image, I added these two extra things. I added those two extra things and it didn't work. So I guess this part must be bad. Print. Okay, so we've got some case of the rectangle being off the screen, which is normal, because... yeah, because it's normal. What did, Hang on. This, where did this go? Image. Did I just disguise it really well? I keep forgetting to put new lines in. That's my problem. Yeah, okay, so we've just got image 100. Oh, it's because yeah, okay. It's because I had a wrapper. I had a function wrapper that I didn't send it the whole way through. Well, we can do that. Oh, and it crashed. Bad argument 2, number expected God. Okay, so there's something special for varargs. Lua, optional arguments. Defining a function with optional parameters. A lot of you use doc to write. Parameter passing mechanism. Okay. There's got to be something in here. Positional. When we call a function, arguments match the parameters by positions. First argument is the first parameter. Oh no, that's just no. We don't need them to be named. Variable number argument. Oh, it's because I need to put in the dots. Yeah. Okay. I guess we probably need to do that. Okay, the 3 dots indicate that the function has a variable number of arguments. When the function is called, all its arguments are collected in a single table which the function accesses as a hidden parameter named arg. Besides those arguments, the arg table is extra field n, which is the actual number of arguments collected. Okay. So... yeah, makes... okay, and then arg is just everything else. Okay. I see how it is. We'll do this. Can I... oh, can we unpack? So it needs to pass them all to another function. All it has to do is call the other function using unpack arg as an argument. Okay. Easy. Easy. We can absolutely do that. Thank you for not making me do a C and manually manually unpack and repack everything. Although I attempt to call it... oh, okay. Unpack isn't a... is the manual old? Unpack. Oh, table unpack. Okay. Still? Attempt to get the length of a nil value. Oh, and I gotta put the dots in there. Nope. What am I... okay. Yeah, I think this is maybe one of those things that has changed since Lua 5.0, of which there are quite a few. There's quite a few things that are a bit different. So it's attempting to get the length of a nil value, which I get it, like if it's... but I thought that according to the thing that they said here is that like arg should exist as soon as I put the dots. As soon as I put the dots into the thing. Print. Oh, except that's not gonna come out there, is it? Because reasons. No, it's nil. Lua. Oh my god, okay. Lua. Okay, in Lua 5, a variadic... yeah, okay. I expected ... to create a table called arg, which didn't happen. Okay. Oh, do you just do ... again? Like, I'm not against doing ... Sure. Look at that! Wow, the mouse goes like way off the screen. Okay. So we've done something. I just think that like the math is still, the math could still use some work. Oh, it's because I assumed, yeah, okay, I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. It's because like the mouse cursor is 16 by 16, so really it should be 8. To get half of that. Let's try it again. Yeah, look at that. Right in the corner, right in the corner. Almost in the corner. Almost in the... What's in the corner up there? And then... Almost but not quite in the corner down here. Alright, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. Okay. We've done all that. We've got our mouse cursor. We just need... Now we just got to think about color key.
What the heck? Here we go. Sweetheart, back here at my folks' home, I heard about you being accepted to appear on Iron Chef. Congratulations for your dream coming true.
Thank you. It has always been my dream to go on Iron Chef. Actually, no, they destroy me.
Song. Press that note to pick that song.
Switching screen. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Bloody Cactus. Yeah, so this will probably have to change. So we have at the moment a very kind of blunt instrument kind of way of blitting to the screen. Namely, just copy everything from the bitmap. We'll probably, like, it's probably a good idea to keep that, but we might need... Yeah, we might need to do, like, a slow path, which... Yeah, so, like, ideally, right, we'd have, like, a mask. The two ways we can go about doing this is that we can have... We could take the image, we could generate, like, a mask which it then compares as it copies. Or the other option is that we just poll bits in the image. My preference is to go for a mask because if we want to do like EGA and CGA, then you have multiple bits per byte and then it's more important to do a mask. Because then you can like carve out bits of a pixel. Oh, Bloody Cactus, yes, it is. No, actually it's a Nord Electro 5. The Nord stage I think is the one which has like the extra I can't remember what makes the Nord stage different. Just more stuff, more knobs, more buttons and stuff. Okay, well, yeah, I think my heart is set on doing a mask for this image. But then of course, like when we talk about when we get into mask, we're then kind of like entering into like the limitations of just having one struct for this image. Because I mean, right now we can like pretend that the image is going to be the same format as the screen, which it currently is because we're in VGA, and we can just assume that it's like going to be 8-bit indexed. But yeah, eventually that won't be the case. Eventually we will need to split it out into two. One which contains the device independent bitmap representation, so like and then one which contains like a format that's optimized for the graphics card. That said, though, that sounds like a lot of engineering work that we don't really want to do at this particular point in time. Ideally, we just get it working here in PT Image, and then later on we'd split it out. So yeah, I'm liking that idea. I mean, you say that bloody cactus, like, it doesn't look like it'd be too hard to change what we've got going in the Blitter to be to run in an unchained mode. So that would mean that you could have like double buffering, so using all 256k of the VGA memory. But yeah, that's out of scope for this. I'm only going to worry about that when like graphic, because again, we've got a time limit for the game jam. Ideally, I want to spend, I want to kind of wrap up the basics of. Once we wrap up the basics of drawing, I'm going to get started in, I'm going to get started doing more of the engine proper. So kind of getting more of the basics of like moving things around the screen. So we'll just yeah, we'll make do. We'll make do. So yeah, that's one thing we can work on. We can work on transparency. Actually, I want to think about transparency for some more. Maybe we won't do that tonight. Maybe what we'll do instead is we'll look at animation, because we're close. We've got stuff just like going all over the, we've got single frames going all over the place. Like, maybe we should just get the sprite class out of the way, because that's Lua. Lua's easy to write. You can always write more Lua. So the design for this, do I have? So like, if we look at what we've got here for the background class, what I kind of envisage would be PT Sprite. It would have an X and a Y and a Z. You wouldn't have an image, you would have animations, which would be a list, and then an animation in turn would be just a list of images. And because we have like origin in the image, each animation would be a list of images. So if we go like, and we just use another container to describe it, we go like name ... Actually, no, we'll go name, and we'll go rate, looping ... Oh, no, what am I saying? We could just go frames. We don't have to use variable args when we don't want to. Return type PT animation name rate looping frames. Okay, and then back here. Yeah, we may as well do something with the yeah, okay. Like yeah, unfortunately I don't really have like a pre-made sprite ready. But we can animate the cursor. How about we just like animate the cursor to start with, and then because we've already proven that like origin offsets are working. So let me load up the image editor. And call it cursor? Yeah, this thing. Oop. Let's make this look real ugly. What? No, that's not what I wanted at all. I wanted to. I don't want anti-aliasing. What is this? I mean, I get it. It's trying to kind of do its best. Whatevs. Okay, we can do a different animation. How about we move? Can I select things? What's going on? Where's my layers? Okay. Is there a stretch? What am I doing? Why am I even trying to manipulate? I can just draw with a pencil. Okay. Export as cursor 4. Good enough. Yeah, I may go back and redo all this with named arguments because this looks a bit scuzzy, but it's fine. It's fine. Actually, yeah. All we really need is name, rate, and frames. Everything else is optional. So we'll say looping, false, bounce, false. And then that kind of, yeah, all right. The tricky part then is like, what's responsible for keeping tabs on where the animation is meant to be? Is that us? Is that the rendering loop. Like, I'm tempted to say it's the rendering loop, in which case we would need to keep track of some more state, like what frame it's currently in. Yeah, like it's probably going to have to be in here, because if we do it in C, it's just going to be a pain, and we're going to have to come back here anyway, because I'm assuming later on we'd need like the ability to monitor if this is finished. Which, I mean, technically we could do, you know, chances are it would be like, wait for this animation to finish playing, and then that would just stall the engine in the same way that sleep does. But still though, let's keep going. So I'll change this to... Actually, hang on. Is this working? If so, I better commit what I have, because otherwise I'll get annoyed when I can't go back. Okay. Added Lua support for image. So render loop. There we go. Okay, that gives us the ability to do more broken things. So now, if we change this to a sprite, and then yeah, I'm still unsure whether or not, like, for a... Designing an API is difficult. Like, sometimes it's difficult to go, oh, well, we're just dealing with structs. Do we have, like, getters and setters, or do we just ask people to, you know what the internal state is? And yeah, for now, we'll just, yeah, we're just gonna wing it. Cursor, SP, animations, table, insert. And then that is going to have bounce. I'll just say default, and then I want the frame rate to be quite slow so that we can see it. Let's make it 4. And then frames, we're gonna say PT image. This thing. Oh, it is kind of convenient to have animations as that, so we'll do that. Because otherwise, yeah. Actually, maybe it makes more sense to go like default. Like have the table be the keys. Actually, yeah, I like that more. Then we can get rid of this, and then all we need is just the name of the... The name's like this. Oh, okay. Yep, I think that's right. Yeah, then we're setting it there. And then we just need to, I guess on the animation we'd also need to go like current frame equals 1, because of course lure is indexed from 1. And next weight. And then of course we would need to have like the yeah, we need like some kind of reference for like what animation that the sprite is currently in. So we'll just go like, we'll go current animation equals we'll say 0 and 0 so that we can detect if we've just started out drawing it. Okay, then back down here we've got this. So this is no longer going to work. Because because this is just accessing the pointer directly, which we can no longer do. We can go like PT. Yeah. Oh, wait. Occasionally my brain switches back to C. Okay. What we need is we need like some kind of like nice wrapper where I can give it either a background or a sprite and it returns me just the image that we want. Although maybe that's a bit too facile. Maybe that's not what we want, because the oh wait, no, sorry. No. Yeah. We may be painting ourselves into a corner here, so like the trick is that the renderer loop has to... Oh wait, no, the render... Yeah, so what needs to happen is that this function needs to be able to take in this sprite object, evaluate if it has a current animation set, then evaluate if the frame needs to be incremented based on these rules, and then return that. And that's okay that we do it here in PT render, because that only happens like once per cycle. And presumably it's okay. Like, I'm worried that this might be the wrong time to schedule this kind of thing. But not worried enough that I would back down or change my mind in any meaningful way. So that's got to account for something, yeah. It's got to. Okay, so first up, we're gonna go if I want the equivalent of is table, but for Lua, like Lua script. If object and then end. I guess we just test object type, because yeah, everything's a table in Lua, isn't it? Like every value technically. So it should just always work. Return okay, so firstly we've got to go if object current animation then okay, now we've got to do some math. Because we've got rate in terms of like frames per second. We need to change that into a weight because that's what or rather we need to change it into like millis. So firstly we'll go if current frame equals 0, then object current frame equals 0, then object current frame equals 1. This is looking scrappier and scrappier. So we do that, then we would also object next weight equals object rate 1000 divided by object rate pt get ticks, get millis plus else if pt get millis is greater than object next weight, then so yeah, essentially like if enough time has elapsed, then we should increment the frame counter. Object current frame equals object current frame plus 1. Modular object animations. I think it's this. I think this is the Lua syntax to get the list size. Lua. Yeah, okay. I think that's about right. So that will increment it, and then we do that again. Return object animations, object current animation. Image. Oh no, it's not object animations, it'll be let's do this. They'll cut down on the oh wait, hang on. So no. I've conflated two things. So sprite has current animation, and then animation has like the frame and everything. Okay, so the object. So yeah, this is all this stuff where it says object should actually be anim. And then it'd be anim frames. And then we go anim frames. And that should just be the image object. At least, yeah. Yeah, okay. And then for like, we don't, okay, we're not doing anything special with the way it's currently set up. It should just loop infinitely. Like, it should just keep going to the next frame until we reach... actually, no. No. Because I've been tripped up by, like, plus one again. So we actually need to remove 1, then modulus it, then add 1 for it to make sense. Because otherwise, then if you have 4 frames, like modulus only works for 0, 1, 2, 3, and we need 1, 2, 3, 4 at the other end. So yeah, okay, that's good. Oh, and that should be anim current frame. So we've done all this. Oh, and pt get animation frame object image. Oh, sorry, it should just be object. Just can't get over how much we can just write everything in Lua, like literally everything. Okay, well, that's to be expected. Of course it's going to crash the first time. I mean, We're not perfect. Syntax error. Okay, good kind of problem to have. 257. Yep, that's because I didn't do that. Unexpected symbol near right hand closing bracket. And that would be... Oh, okay. That's down here. It's up here. There's too many brackets? I guess too many brackets. And... there we go. That's a proper crash. That's a proper, like, dying, things dying sort of crash. But I'm assuming that it would have happened in, like, that brand new code that we wrote. I'm kind of, yeah, I'm a little worried at how often, like, Lua... I would have assumed that it would just kind of... Actually, you know what? No, hang on. Like, yeah, I kind of assumed that it would just, like, nicely error, but maybe, like, for things like this where you're kind of dereferencing objects, like, that's the bit at which you don't get a nice time with Lua. Development, DJGPE, setenv. And then address to line, executable, this thing, 365f. Okay, well, it's at least kind of rooted in code that we wrote. I imagine it'll be down to, like, 131. Hmm. 7209. Okay. Okay, and it's in the call thing. Oh, so just the, yeah, okay, so it died when we were, so it died in the middle of the rendering loop. That's fair. Okay, that's to be expected. What about towards the top? 8FF8. That looks like code that belongs to us. Oh no, it's just the debug layer. $9093. No, still stack handler. Okay. Must really... Okay, we'll just add some more print statements. I'm assuming that it will be in PT Mouse Sprite, but I'm willing to be wrong. Oh, I've got to restart this now. Okay, so the very first... Oh, it's because I'm not validating. I'm not validating if something came out the other end. It's probably just returning nil, isn't it? Oh, great. Actually, yeah, instead of returning nil, let's just go error. Because that will at least... that should be safer. That should be safer than returning a null pointer. or you know, the lure equivalent of a null pointer. So we'll just go pt get animation frame no image found for s. There we go, to string object. Failed to open image test png/nil. What? Okay. Oh, is it because of like all of the... Like, where did that... Okay. Okay, that's all the way back in image.c. Oh, okay, that's also wrong. Failed to open image path. Let's just add some line breaks to here, which I conspicuously forgot the first time, so that we can determine what bit is cooked. So write that, build this, restart that. Failed to open image test png slash. What? Where is it getting that extra? Where is it getting that extra thing? And that, I mean, that's all the way back in pt image. Oh, and then, okay, and then nil is on the next line. Image 100 failed to open image tester PNG. Like, what's going on there? Like, it's like, yeah, one of the first things that should have happened, like when you create the image, is that it loads it. And then, in this particular instance, there's like an extra slash, and I don't understand why. And yeah, like that's called in like create image. Am I copying like an extra letter? Is like the one instance of like C memory management that I wrote gone bad? Yeah, the one instance of C memory management that I wrote has gone bad. Figures. Yeah, figures. Oh no, well it's because I'm relying on Lua to do it when I probably shouldn't. Yeah, because like no, we're getting the string, We're getting the string off the... We're getting the string off the stack. We are very carefully calocking exactly the number of letters that that Lua gives to us. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand how it's being wrecked. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's actually test.png. Oh, there's the yeah, like what is going on? There's all sorts of. I don't know if this is just like something else interrupting the print handler. Like, wait, oh, okay. My memory is kind of so... My memory is a bit cooked, so I cannot remember. Log. Yeah, like there's width, height, width, depth, color type. But before that, we have some other kind of quick and nasty message. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. DDD 100. I don't know why this is messed up. I don't like, and this time like it's actually able to load the test.png. Like it's able to like tell me that it's this kind of image. So one more go. I think that, yeah, maybe we're copying the string without a null terminator? Like, could that be it? Could that be what we're doing wrong? Okay, let's read the fine print. Lua 2L string. Converts it to a C string. If len is not null, it sets it to the string length. There must be a string or a number, otherwise the function returns null. If the value is a number, then Lua's L string also changes the actual value in the stack to a string. Okay, that's a bit, but whatever. Returns a pointer to the string inside the Lua state. The string always has a 0 after its last character, but can contain other zeros in its body. Where does the Z come from? Where is the Z coming from? I think, though, I don't know, like... So the string inside here is fine. The printout that we're reading here is not okay. And then... Wait, how come... All right. If I comment this out, does that change whether or not it's I mean, of course it's going to crash, but no, it's able to load all the images. So I don't know what was going on before, but it seems to have gotten over it. So it's just the print function which is getting the wrong message. Oh wait, no, probably what's happening, right, is that it got buffered so that we copied. No, that doesn't even make sense. I don't understand it. Like, I'm guessing that it's like some kind of condition where like it's reading the memory after it's gone bad or after it's kind of been freed, but like this should be like a brand new copy of the string that we made for ourselves. I don't understand why would not, like, it is valid in here. I don't know why it wouldn't be valid in the print function. Maybe don't know. It's weird. It's very strange. Okay. And it is crashing in here. Okay. ToString object. All right, so I wasn't even able to get to there. Wasn't even able to get to here. Okay. Okay, so it's a table. What type of object is it? It's a PT background. So it should be making it into here, but it is struggling. It is struggling to. Did I just? Oh, is it not called image? Is it called something else? No, it's called image. It's absolutely called image. All right. Is it what could it be? What could it be? Why? Like, the only thing that springs to mind is that, and look, we'll prove, like, so object image must cause like a big problem. Like, so big that even if you're trying to check to see if it exists in a table, then bad things happen. Or not. No, it's not even making this branch. It's not even making this branch of the statement. despite the fact... Oh, it's because I put the underscores in there. So it is actually crashing with an error. It is crashing with an error, we just don't handle that in our code. I mean, what? I thought we did. I thought I put in an error handler for that. So you're telling me that if I go editor line parentheses AABE. Yeah, that's somewhere like right in the guts of Lua, not our code, I thought. Okay, so no, okay, PT background works now. PT background is working out and we've just got to figure out why the sprite code is crashing. Okay, well, I imagine it'll be something to do with the myriad of problems that we have in here. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. So it makes it there, but it doesn't make it past here. I'm guessing because it tries to do this table lookup here and it does not work. Right, because... Yeah, okay. Table... Table concat, table insert, table move, table pack, table move, table sort. Like, what's a safe way of checking if something's in a table? See you, bloody cactus. Thank you very much for your invaluable Lua assistance. Dang, alright. Let's sort, move, unpack. Because, like, I thought, right, if we go, like, A1, B2, C3. There we go, got a table. So we go AX, the letter A, X letter D. It should be nil. Yeah, it should be nil. Even if D is nil, it should be nil. Rectangle off screen nil. Oh, okay, no, because it's the renderer code that's also... Oh, right, I forgot that the render code also... Okay. Okay, so we've got nil and then we've got a table. And then as soon as it tries to... As soon as it tries to do that, then it crashes. Like that feels more fragile. Like why does that cause a crash here and yet for like command line lure it's fine? Oh, because I was only checking if object animations exists, but still though, like that should just be, that should just return nil. Oh no, because I forgot to put object. Ugh. So it was just, but no, even still. It's just, there is something probably wrong with the embedded copy of Lua that I have, because by all intents and purposes that should not crash the interpreter. I am but convinced of it. Nil table. Alright, maybe let's which bit is dying? Unless, yeah, again, like it would be fine if Lua just kind of crashed nicely, but this just adds so much more pain to something that should otherwise be normal. DJ GPP set env, and then address to line executable 5CB45. Okay, something in, yeah, 8F49, and it's always an ldebug.c, so it's trying to print out the debug info, and it's failing. Is the stack destroyed? Is that what this is? AB. D2E. Okay, so it's in the Lua VM. It's trying to do an instruction. Specifically, it is trying to do it's trying to do a call. It's just absolutely, oh no, but that's us doing the call. I'm pretty sure that is just us from Sealand calling Lua. So that doesn't really give us anything. 25444. L baselib. Okay, so those look normal. L baselib at C115. So it's calling the error function. I think it's calling the error function. Or it's trying to call the error function. And then perhaps having a bad time because the stack is a bit messed up. This isn't fair. This absolutely isn't fair. Because it should just work. It shouldn't be a hard crash. It should be nice. 1E868. And I'm guessing this is more just kind of error handling stuff that it tries to do. Like lorcslib would be 210. yeah, something to do with the error. So, like, I'm almost tempted to like make a version of the app which runs in Linux, so I can attach a real debugger to it. But I wonder if, yeah, I probably won't do that tonight though. I probably won't do that tonight. Let's just spell this out. Object animations, object current animation. Yes, okay. So table, and I should probably like put in a damn. Okay, here's our start. So we've got nil, we've got the table, then we've got nil again. Okay, that is what's meant, that's what should be happening. So we'll say, so why don't we save this to a variable? Why don't we just go anim equals object object current animation pt log to string anim. Nil table nil nil. Okay. Nil table nil nil. Okay, so the setter is fine. So we could just do this, and then we just go if anim. Then so what else have we got? So we know that anim is going to be, to get past here, it has to be a table. And then we'll go made empty sprite. Okay, so it's crashing when it's crashing here. It's crashing when we return the error. Oh, because freak me sideways. Okay, format. It's because error is technically var args, isn't it? It's gonna be that, isn't it? String format this. Okay. No? No, it's still dead. Still dead, doesn't like that. Anyway, so this code seems to be working as expected. Return nil. Maybe what we need to do is in here, frame equals this. If frame, then that, and frame equals this. If frame, then that, and then we get rid of this. Come on. Oh, and I deleted the thing, didn't I? PT log. To string frame. Do it in both spots. Oh, because I have the pointer at the end. Okay, that's bad. Yes! Okay. We're not seeing anything, but it's not crashing. Hey P-lifers, we're not actually, we're not really using GDB properly. I'm just using it here to, like, pause DOSBox. We've been, like, reading the, we're developing DOS, so we're just reading the stack trace out of DOS, which is kind of the same thing. Oh, okay, well, what do the logs say now? Ooh, that's kind of nice. So in all cases, the rectangles are off the screen. I'm guessing because this object X and object Y, I mean, we didn't really change very much to do with that though. We were just getting the animation frame. And object X and object Y, yeah, object X and object Y was still part of yeah, they're still here, right? They're still either on the PT background or the PT sprite struct. Maybe we need another cheeky log in load image. Actually, not load image. The scripting thing. Yeah, the scripting thing. Draw image. That's the bastard. PDD, and we'll say what was that rectangle off screen? I haven't fixed that. Okay, let's build that again. Unfortunately, we've got to wait for the thing to finish before we can read the log file. But once that happens, and it's definitely sounding slower, so there must be a bunch of crap on the log file. Yeah, look, so we've got a pointer, we've got it. Yeah, drawing the image. Rectangle off screen, and it's always rectangle off screen. Oh. That seems like it would be a problem. Like, where have I messed up? Where have I forgot to say it's signed rather than unsigned? We better find that. Now we're back here. Oh. Okay. That can't have helped. I think we can all agree that can't have helped. Though it is probably not. It's probably... Anyway, but we know that those numbers are correct. And they're being sent to video blit image. And they are the right types. Origin X and Origin Y, are they not right? Like, that's the only... Because it's always saying that they're off the screen. And that is if... D... Got X, Y, and then it will be okay, there's a problem. Width and height is not being set, so it's assuming that the well, actually no, image, like, width and height are not being set, which suggests that the image didn't draw at all, or didn't load at all. But that can't be right. Because, like, look, we've got these, but that's happening all the time. It's happening for all of them. What is... Yeah. Like, it's trying to... What's happening here? How did that mess up? Yeah, okay. And we've got all of this. 4240 00. Oh, it's probably because this type, I didn't cast it, and it's doing some weird C thing. Like, that sounds plausible, right? That sounds like a thing that C would do. Just make non-casted things undefined. I probably should run with better warnings. Still got nothing. So if it's not... Okay. There's only a few potential places that this could be screwing up, right? At least that's what I must tell myself. We've got this. Okay, we've got this construction here. We should probably add another one for creating an image. Because that should do all of the work for us. And so we just go image, image, width, image, height. And when we create the image, it's got these values. And the one that it's trying to load is the very first one that we do, test.png. Oh, and okay. I think I understand. I think I understand what's happening. The string copy for the file name isn't happening because of C. And therefore, we're not loading the image, therefore none of the rectangles display because we're not getting the image. But then, okay, I don't understand. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong with Lua stir copy. Because we're getting argument 1 off a stack. Then we called toL string. Actually, what am I doing? Let's see. I'm going to look at the DOS, the love DOS circuit. toL string. Okay. I just need an example of it copying a string. I mean, yeah, it looks reasonable. That looks kind of like what we do. And calloc should 0 it, right? Yeah, and initializes all bytes in the allocated storage to 0. So we're fetching how long the string is. We are callocing it to 0. We are copying with memcopy. Copying with memcopy. Is that something that we should be doing? Is that a mistake? Push, sorry, log print. So S, which is going to be the source thing that comes out of Lua. And then we'll go D, which is going to be the number of characters that it says that it is. Name source N. Oh wait, I didn't rebuild it. Okay, Lewis Stucopy thinks that test.png is 8 letters long, and they'd be right. The problem is, it is exactly 8 letters long, and we need a null terminator after that. Oh my god. Thanks for being... I mean, they're not wrong. Like, I did, you know, that makes sense in hindsight. Because, yeah, like, because in Lua you can have null in your strings, and it's meant to be all kind of, like, bounded, so it was me, in my curmudgeonly C ways, assuming that, of course, they'd include a null in the end, just for good luck. But no, they didn't, so... That is... I think that's the last issue. I don't want to tempt fate, but that's definitely the last issue and it's going to work. Haha, yes. Although having said that, I don't see the mouse cursor, so that isn't working. A regression, if you will. Okay, let's go back and clean up the log spam a bit. So now we don't need the hook and lure PT draw image. And we don't need this. Where's my mouse cursor? Where's my crappy mouse cursor? Getting a few rectangle off screens. Maybe that's the fate of the mouse. Oh, and that's right. There's a... So we're creating things properly now. So test cursor. So get rid of that. And then we just need... Where's rectangle off screen? Turn that back on. That'll do. We can... Oh wait, no, those are... That's just a test case. That's just the test case being bad. So... This. So I should get rid of them. Where's the mouse cursor? Maybe it's not drawing it because the thing in boot.lua failed. frame. Okay, so the draw image command for the mouse isn't being reached because it's a sprite. So it's dying somewhere in here. Maybe it's dying somewhere in there because I didn't set it up properly. Do you ever think about that? Did you? Because, like, yeah, we set default here, right? But we didn't set... Yeah, okay, so cursor sp current animation equals default. Well, we've got the mouse cursor back, but it's not turning around, so I'm not sure if I'm interested. Or it's not animating. Okay, well we don't need the rectangle code anymore. Get and wait, hold the phone. It got it got a frame, and then oh, it's just not incrementing. It's just not incrementing. Okay. So it's doing this. It's going anim current frame equals 1. It's then setting this. Okay. PT log. Anim current frame. Oop. I guess I jumped the gun. How though? Oh, shut up. What went wrong there? Oh, this. Yeah, mea culpa. I screwed that up. Okay. I mean, it's... Yeah, okay. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. So it should be -1 plus 1 to actually... Yeah, okay. I think that's... Here we go. Look at that. Got an animating mouse cursor. Finally. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Well, we've got 20 minutes left, I think, before I'll wrap up the stream. But I think that we can... The only thing which could maybe make this better is color. And I mean like proper color. Which we currently don't have. We're just...
On the plate. Beautiful.
Yes,
beautiful.
another excellent presentation and a good way to conclude his meal, too.
Yes, and I also need to go to food. But I mean, like, right now we're just dealing with, like, whatever the default VGA palette is. It's not very nice. We're not actually using the palette that we get out of the image objects. We should try and be a little smart about that. We should do it smartly. Oh, except though, there is a yeah, I mean the thing though is that when we do that, then we kind of like run into the issue again of the images in here being in a different color space / display format compared to VGA. So like we're gonna need to, you know, that leaves the problem where you need to split this into two. One which has a copy of the bitmap, which is, you know, self-contained, and then another which has a copy of the bitmap that is in display format. And I'm not sure if we can do that in 20 minutes. I think that might be a bit too much. Is there anything else? What have we got here? So we've got... We can add in Blit mouse cursor to the screen. We can add Blit sprites to the screen. We can... we've added a sprite class. We've added a bounding box class. Okay, we've actually ticked off quite a few. Jeez. We haven't added double buffering. We haven't added a palette loader. And I think the palette loader is going to be tied to this because... I don't know, I really don't want to go through the image class and add in a bunch of like code which is tied to the DOS graphics driver. That seems like a bad idea. It seems like it would be a better idea to make, you know what, 20 minutes. We'll see how far we can get in 20 minutes. But for now, I'm going to commit this because that's actually good. Status, cursor, PNG, commit M, yeah, we'll just say animated sprites. Okay. So if we do this in the kind of hacky kind of way, the thing we will need out the other end is essentially, it would be very similar to this. Be very similar to this, except the act of creating it would change the palette in the VGA driver. And it would also remap all the bytes in here so that they then match whatever the VGA driver is set to. So it would be something along the lines of like struct PT image VGA, and then the internals would more or less be the same because, you know, we're in chunky graphics mode. We don't have to worry about like we don't have to worry about planes, at least not yet. We will have to worry about planes if we change to doing double buffering, because that would mean switching from the easy mode to the one where like you have like you access every 4th byte and you have to have like 4 pages of that. But yeah, we'd still have pitch, we'd still have the origin, we'd still have the width and the height, we still have the palette.
All monitored systems are functioning.
Hey, thanks very much for the follow, Asane. Good to have you on board. Dang. Would we have the palette? We wouldn't have path. Path we'd ditch. Because like what we would do is we just have like in image.h we just have like a generic kind of like void pointer to okay, or like, you know, was it HW image? Something like that. And then we would set that to this, and then only the DOS driver would, you know, it would then decode it to this based on the knowledge that, oh, I set this, therefore it must be this format that I expected. No, I don't think we'd put palette in there. I think we would probably need a flag in the DOS driver to essentially like invalidate the cached images, like if we do a palette swap, or like if we, you know, or rather if we do like a palette change. But we can probably do that. But essentially it would be like and then type def struct pt image VGA, pt image VGA, and then we go like pt image VGA convert image pt image, and then we do the C memory thing, which is create result equals create a pointer, calloc it so that's zeroed size of pt image VGA. And then we would copy yeah, that's right. So there's no need to do like a reverse pointer to image to get stuff like width and height, because again, like other display formats, we're going to have multiple planes. There's not going to be like a simple mapping of fields like there is here. So we can just cheese it. We can just go result width equals image width result height equals image height result origin x equals image Oh. That said, though. Oh wait, no. Origin X and Origin Y. Okay, they're not going to animate. For a while, I thought, oh, hang on a second. What if someone changes Origin X and Origin Y? But I'm going to assume that they're static. Like, if someone wants to jiggle a sprite around, they should deal with that by like messing with the position, not the origin of the image. That's just nuts. You wouldn't do that. Okay, got all that. We then return results. And then all that's left is data. So data is going to be kind of the tricky one. So we'll go result data equals color. And we'll go, it's going to be result pitch times result times height, size of byte. And then now we're going to have to, what would be the steps that we need to do? We would first need to inform. I'm just going to write this down. We're not going to be able to get this done in time, but I'm just going to write it down anyway for my later reference. So we're going to go like inform the DOS driver what the color palette is from the image. Driver updates free palette slots as required. Driver. Okay, and then for. Okay. Oh, and that's right. So what we need to do, generate a lookup table for mapping old palette to new palette. And that will basically be for every color in the old palette. Find the check if it exists in the new palette. Alright, oh sorry, I should go find index in the new palette. Then what happens if we've got like too many colors? What happens if we have too many colors? If you have too many colors, maybe this has to be like color by color, and then if we're out of color slots, the driver should return the nearest match. That makes sense, right? So if we just go through and like do like, you know, have like a function called like so we have video convert to image, and then we have like another one that's called like uint8t video insert color, and then we go uint8t uint8t b uint8t g. And yeah, then so we'd call this, it would either like add it to a free color slot if there was one, otherwise it would just return whatever it determines to be the nearest, and then we can generate just a cheeky 256 entry list, and then we just use that as the filter. So for every pixel in the image, we just kind of send it through that, and then we can get the color in video format, and then that way that does, yeah. Then we'd also have to like go down here and change this split image function to work on this, or rather we would get it to, we'd still give it the image, but then we'd like fish this structure out there, and if it doesn't exist, we create it. Yeah, okay. That all seems very doable. That all seems very doable off stream. I think, you know, I'm very happy. I'm very happy with the progress that we made. Like, look, how can you not be pleased? Got an animated mouse cursor, we've got like PC speaker music, we've got like a really good frame rate. Like, surprisingly good frame rate. Yeah, I think we're in very good shape. Very good.
This is a man whose cooking has pleased the Emperor and Empress and also the Crown Prince and Princess.
Yep, fit for a king. This engine is absolutely. Who's on? Who can I bounce you all to? Okay, hang on. Twitch is doing that thing where I go to the raid page and it'll just tell me a bunch of people who I know have stopped streaming quite some time ago. So bear with me while I wait for the web browser to have another shot, because there should be. There's usually somebody. Okay, let's raid Absnerdity. They seem to be playing something called Realm of Terror from 1992 on the IBM PC. Let us add Absnerdity. So yeah, pop along, say hi to Absnerdity. I'm gonna be just, yeah, really going at hammer and tongs the next week. I'm gonna, hopefully by the time that we meet next, I'll have text working and possibly even kind of movement. And once we get that done, we'll be able to do some more cool stuff with the engine. But yes, it's been a good stream for now. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you next time. See ya.